And we are live. NashvilleLou Live is back on the air. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 11. December 22nd, 2024. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. We'll get our first game of the broadcast started here as soon as we get to 10 players. That's the minimum you need in Twitchy Tides for a game that counts. I'll join. Sure is in the house. Hello. Greetings and welcome, everybody. Join with exclamation point play in chat. Hit enter. So we're up to 9. One more will be the minimum. We'll get the first game of the broadcast started. It's going to be interesting with Tides Tuesday falling on Christmas Eve this year. How that's going to play out. I plan on having my segment at 10 p.m. Eastern. Something that's to be determined. I mean, it's... But if nothing else, that's where we'll have the drawing for those Faded Monsuda packs. The only way to get in those drawings to qualify to get an entry is to win here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. But earlier than I would typically go to something like this, as far as NFL games still going on, but we got people wanting to play right now. We got 10 players in, so that's up to the minimum. So bear with me for a moment here. Let's take this overlay down. Make that 11. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. We got Twitchy Tides Freeform here. With the winner of the prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. It'll give you a boost in the fun new game, Meta Battler, plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have on Tides Tuesday, Christmas Eve. Giving away some more of those Faded Monsuda packs, personally given to me by Sensei Bullrog to give away here on stream. So we got Random King, Tree Frog Nada, Going Tonto, Pennybags Jr., Liquid Chill, Churr, Connie, Four Slayer, Cluttered Salamander, Silent One, and me, NashvilleLou. 11 players. Top 10 finish, you're getting leaderboard points, and if I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second place. Game number 1 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Right away, it's Debo. I'm out. Didn't even get a top 10 finish here. Everyone else does, so that's going to be leaderboard points for everybody but me. But look how Debo's got one more kill left. Most of these enemies are capped at 2 kills per crossing. There goes Random King. But it's 3 kills for a cannonball, as far as the maximum on a time across. And even to get sent back and forth a couple of times. Like this cannonball right here, boom, boom, boom. See, took out 3 players. Churr, Tree Frog Nada, and 4 Slayer. We're down to 6. That's Debo. Debo the Shark, chomping away. Takes out Cluttered Salamander and Silent One. We're down to 4. Going Tonto, Liquid Chill, Connie, and Pennybags Jr. The last 4. Turn of Debo. Connie's out. We're down to 3. Liquid Chill, Going Tonto, Pennybags Jr. Debo hogging up the spotlight, this time going the low road right to left. Looks like Debo's going to miss all three players. Depth charge. See if they're that ominous blinking red on the Twitchy Tides sign, the right part of it. Twitchy Tides sign, I should say, with the plural. Liquid Chill hits the depth charge. We're down to two. It's Pennybags Jr. Going Tonto, the last two. Depth charge takes out Going Tonto. So that's it, and congratulations, Pennybags Jr. victorious in game number 1 of the broadcast here on NashvilleLou Live. Game. Of course, for everybody who's not me, you got a top 10 finish. See, 11th of 11, me. So I didn't get anything out of that. But for everybody else, you got some leaderboard points. And the better you finished, of course, the more you get in that monthly competition. You're hoping for at least a top 150 finish. That's doable. Even for people getting in later here in the month, that's doable. 75, a bit tougher. 25, definitely tougher. I can attest to that. It's not going to get any easier. People love this game. Twitchy Tides is a hit. And why not? It's fun to play. It's even more fun to stream. All right, so Pennybags Jr. gets the win in game 1 of the broadcast. Back up now for our next game of Twitchy Tides with exclamation point play in chat. So it's exclamation point play in chat to get in. There you go. Nado 6 is in. Check the spelling there, Forest Slayer. Or sometimes the Twitchy Tides bot will confirm that you're a real person there, not just some sort of a script that runs. You see that Neon Leon fish that Forest Slayer has there? I have one of those as well. There are only, only 25 of those in total that exist, to the best of my knowledge. Those were for the top 25 finishers in October of this year in Twitchy Tides. So along with these monthly competitions, as I understand it, there are plans to have some daily competitions with the leaderboard points, which will get really interesting. I can't wait to see what's waiting just down the pike on that one. Been a lot going on as far as American football goes, which is relevant for me because I do a lot with the NFL draft or some of my website work that I do. I've owned the website DraftKing.com for more than 20 years. I'm really in the process now of getting the bulk of my draft coverage moved over to LouPickney.com, which is my broadcasting name. We've got 6 players in right now for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Need a minimum of 10 to have a game that counts. There are a lot of people that are playing Twitchy Tides, a lot of people that are streaming it as well. All sorts of options. There's some that have taken the approach with those auto run games. See a lot of real creativity with that. It's really interesting to me. This is a whole new world that wasn't possible before in many different ways. Be able to broadcast from the comfort of your home to the world. That part, that novelty still has not worn off for me with that. And then have a game like Twitchy Tides that more and more people are learning about, playing, having fun with, etc. It's a nice combo. Still hoping we'll get Twitchy Tides as a category here on Twitch. It's got to wait on that. Sooner or later we'll get it, and that'll just promote it even more so. I don't really get the whole group celebration thing in the NFL. It's me being older now. It's like they have like a choreographed like 5 or 6 person dance after an interception. I get it, you have a chance to celebrate. Just like, all right, don't we talk about blown assignments or whatever? If you got time to do the victory dance and practice it, like, what in the world? Sports entertainment. So we're waiting to have enough players for our second game of the broadcast, the Twitchy Tides, here with Freeform on NashvilleLou Live. And testing this format out in a variety of time slots and seeing where the response is and what people do and don't like. The downside, though, of those auto-run games is that it won't help you with those leaderboard points. So that's what I tend to focus on here with Freeform. I'm sure I'll do some stuff at some point with the auto-run games, probably sooner as opposed to later. So I don't ever want it to come across like I'm negative about them. But it's just so people understand. And they could change the rules or have something different for the auto-run games. That's entirely up to the discretion of Pop Paragon. Does a fantastic job with Twitchy Tides. We're up to 7 now. Get to 10 players, that'll be enough to have a minimum. Or it's a game that counts for the leaderboard. Now that things have mostly kind of calmed down a bit as far as with American college football, they're not having these games that go till 2 a.m. Eastern anymore because they're now in the postseason. And I realize this doesn't matter for a lot of people, international viewers, and there are a ton of people. International is a big part of my audience, and I value and welcome each and every one of you. But I don't mention these things just to talk about my interests. I mention them because from a business standpoint, this is what I do. Part of what I do is cover the NFL draft, and that involves college football as well. So to be aware of these players and what's going on, etc. So it makes it tough because you just, at some point, you don't know when to sleep. I got to stay up past 2 a.m. Eastern, watch some team playing on the West Coast, like a top 10 team. This isn't like just some filler stuff. Then you got a game over in Europe. It starts, they could make it an evening start time in Europe and have it sync up, but they intentionally start it early because they can. And look, clearly it works for them. They've got a plan. Who am I to tell them not to do it? So up to 8 players now for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Up to 9. I'll take this overlay down. I'll join as well with exclamation mark play. If you want to get in, you've been just waiting for whatever reason, get in now. It's to 10. We'll see if we do better first. Give me 11 players. Top 10, of course, get leaderboard points. I finished dead last, so I got none. 0.0 on that. So it goes. Okay, so for the winner of this next game, prize is a Warsake and Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, which is my artwork on wax. Give you a boost in the new game, Meta Battler. Take a sip of water here. In addition, a winner will receive an entry into that drawing we're going to have on Tuesday, Tides Tuesdays, Christmas Eve. We'll have the live drawing, be giving away some more of those Faded Monsuda packs. The only way to qualify for that drawing is to win here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. If I happen to win, that top prize goes to second place, including that entry. So keep that in mind. 10 players. Game number 2 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live. Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11, and it's Debo the Shark. Debo chomping away. Takes out Tree Frog Nada. Still a dangerous threat. He got one more player, but finally Debo got zapped enough there by Four Slayer with that flare command. There's Liquid Chill. Shell Shock. Got for Big Worm, taking out Nadu 6. We're down to 8. I'll use my 9 lives command. Let's see if that'll bail me out of something here. That Rainbow Soul the Catfish. If I got chomped right there, will like that nice glow to me? Me to the Catfish. Jimmy Penguins is out. Going Tonto's out. We're down to 6. That glow only lasts a certain amount of time, then it's back to normal. Can't be too powerful with it. Up top, Pink Felicia. There goes my Soul the Catfish. Random King is out as well. We're down to 4. It's Liquid Chill, Pennybags Jr., Four Slayer, and Sure. The last 4. Big Worm with a hook. Sure is out along with Four Slayer. We're down to 2. Pennybags Jr. and Liquid Chill. The last 2. Depth Charge. Depth Charge takes out Pennybags Jr., so congratulations. Liquid Chill 80 gets the win here in game number 2. Pennybags was trying to win back-to-back to open the broadcast, but still a strong showing with a win and then a top 2 finish. Everybody gets a little bit of a boost for the leaderboard as that monthly competition goes, but Liquid Chill gets the win. All right, back open again for our next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation point play in chat. Twitchy Tides free for episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 11. We've got 10 players in for this next game. Let's take this overlay down. I'll join as well with !play in chat. This time I'll use the 2 spot in my Twitchy team where I have the Vape Ape, Las Vegas Ape. That gives us 11 players for this next game. If you're not in yet, you want in. Last chance with !play in chat. All right, so we've got Jamie Penguins, Random King, Sure, Notorious Ninja, Pennybanks Jr., Free Frog Nada, Autumn's Toys, Liquid Chill, me, NashvilleLou, the Vape Ape, War Slayer, Nadu 6. So top 10 finishers, you're looking at leaderboard points for that monthly competition in Twitchy Tides. For the winner of the prize is a Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Give you a boost in the new game, Meta Battler. In addition, an entry into that drawing, we're going to have Christmas Eve, Tides Tuesday. Giving away some more of those Faded Monsuda packs that were personally given to me by Sensei Bullrog to give away here on stream. Only way to get entry into that drawing, into those drawings, there'll be more than one, is to win here on Freeform. So 11 players. If I win, that top prize goes to second place. Game number 3 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Begin with 11. Let's see if we can get the banana command to work here with that Vape Ape. Pink Felicia, that banana takes out Felicia. Zapped her right there, but damage done. Felicia eliminated Notorious Ninja. Sure got a top 10 finish. Down to 9. There's on that left side. Big Worm of the Hook. Liquid Chill with that flow, that new Series 4 rare, using the bubble command, was protected. Not so good there for Pennybags Jr. Getting the hook. We're down to 8. And it's Pink Felicia up top, taking out Jamie Penguins and Tree Frog Nada. We're down to 6. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. The hook from Big Worm. What a timely freeze there from Liquid Chill, but Random King ran into the hook, which sent it into Liquid Chill. Both of them are out. We're down to the final 4. Autumn's Toys, 4 Slayer, Nadu 6, and me, NashvilleLou. Cannonball's going to end it right there. Taking out Nadu 6, Autumn's Toys, and my Vape Ape. So the winner here in Game 3 is 4 Slayer. Congratulations. Four Slayer gets the victory. Not going out alone, says Random King. A whole bunch of us got taken out there near the end. Sorry, Notorious. That was the spot I was in Game 1. Number 11 of 11. But for everybody else, it's a boost for your leaderboard points in that monthly competition. I'll get a nice little boost out of that with that second place, but not as nice as the one for the winner. 4 Slayer with the victory. Back open again for our next Twitchy Tides game. Game number 4, !play in chat will get you in for this next Twitchy Tides game. For tomorrow, I'm not sure timing-wise how it's going to work out for me with Freeform, but I really do want to get one more of these in after tonight, after this episode. We had a whole bunch of games we played the other night. That was ended up with 30 different games played. Got a lot in. On Friday, I think. Oh, excuse me, that was Thursday. Because Friday's when I played Cartman Bra over on his stream. Had some fun with that. Playing Warsaken Blitz. Hope to have some more Warsaken Blitz here on stream sometime soon. If I just get somebody that can be in a role similar to what we had with Cartman Bra the Friday before last, with somebody ready to play and having these Twitchy Tides games in between them. It's definitely the best from a rating standpoint I've ever done with Warsaken Blitz. That, or if nothing else, the best that it involves some huge prizes, really hot-shotting things. And the key for me is just having somebody there ready to play. So I'll gladly go on their stream to play a home-and-home series like what Cartman and I did. And I'll be a little bit tricky with this being the holiday season and all, and traveling and such, but we're going to do that and have some fun with it. And it's just yet another reminder with Twitchy Tides. I still think as a standalone, it's great, but you can mix Twitchy Tides with practically any other game, and you'll usually end up on the better end of it for having Twitchy Tides in there, certainly from a viewership standpoint. It's going to be interesting to see how the audience continues to grow with Twitchy Tides. There's some limitations as far as people that, if they don't already have a Wax wallet, I hate to think that's a deterrent, but in many cases it is. But for people that do have them, even if you don't have one, you can play for fun. But as far as like new people that have a bunch of fish and getting into it, I think that's going to encourage people to get involved on the Wax gaming side of things, which will be a good thing. Be a very good thing. If there's a natural connection there to be made between Wax and Twitch. Hello to everybody watching over on Kick. I don't have chat allowed over there, and play Twitchy Tides, you have to be here on Twitch, but I have a simulcast there, and there are people that watch me on Kick, so to them I say thank you. Just like I say thank you to each and every one of you in here for this Twitchy Tides Freeform show. Got a dozen players in already. I had a lot of fun yesterday and also on Friday with Notre Dame Indiana game, watching those NCAA college football playoff games. It was so cool seeing those games at the home stadiums. Like, it's ridiculous that for this next round they're going to the bowl games. Those bowl barons still wielding more weight than they should. But their time has passed and they know it. And yet, for some, there'll still be a place. But look, the fact we got a 12-team playoff for college football. Play it wherever. Just the fact we have it, I'm happy. Because there are people that, excuse me, that argued against me for years and years and years. Defending the status quo, defending just absolute nonsense with that. All right, so we got 12 people into this next game of Twitchy Tides. Go ahead and bring this overlay down. I'll join as well with exclamation mark play in chat. Anybody else is wanting in that's not in yet, don't dawdle. Let's use the Scuba Woofy. I think I've got that in my number 5 spot of my Twitchy team today. There we go, the Scuba Woofy in there. Big fan of the Scuba Woofy. All right. So we got 14 players in. I'll go through the list of participants. Remember, for top 10 finishes, you'll be getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. Starting to hit that stretch run here in December. Be with the holidays, limited opportunities for some people. Maybe a chance for those who are able to play, or at least get in on some of the games to maybe improve their spot. You're trying to get either a top 25 or a top 75 or a top 150 finish as far as getting those monthly rewards, those exclusive fish. There've been some really cool ones given out. As more and more people learn about this game and how much fun it is with Twitchy Tides, and more of a challenge to get those higher finishes. They earn those exclusive fish. So anyways, top 10 finishers, you're getting that. For the winner, the prize is a Warsake Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, my artwork on wax. Plus, you'll earn an entry into that Christmas Eve drawing we're going to have on Tides Tuesday with those faded Monsuda packs we'll be giving away. The only way to get on those drawings, on that giveaway, is to win here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. All right, so for this next game, we've got Jeff0079, Chur, Random King, Notorious Ninja, Forest Slayer, Master Halo, Jamie Penguins, Liquid Chill, Autumn's Toys, Pennybags Jr., Nadu6, Tree Frog Nada, Going Tonto, and me, NashvilleLou, with that Scuba Woofy. All right. If I happen to win, that top prize goes to second place. Game number 4 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Pink Felicia takes out Nadu6. Early on, we're down to 13. Just missed you there, Silent One. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark takes out Autumn's Toys and Jeff0079, down to 11. Now it's Pink Felicia taking out Chur. Now be careful, she's frozen temporarily, but she can still strike. I was concerned with that Scuba Woofy over there in that vicinity. But it looks like Felicia, at least for this turn, is going to exit stage right. So top 10 for everybody in there now. You'll have a top 10 finish and leaderboard points for that monthly competition. There goes my Scuba Woofy, got hooked. We're down to 9. Pink Felicia zaps Pennybags Jr. and Master Halo. We're down to 7. Pink Felicia, Liquid Chill with that Shell Shock. At least Felicia stopped in her tracks, but be careful. She'll wake back up. Might do some more stinging. Liquid Chill gets stung. We're down to 6. Felicia got her heat back on the way out. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark takes out Notorious Ninja. That super spin from Going Tonto prevents any further damage from Debo. We're down to 5. Pink Felicia, bottom half of the screen going right to left, taking out Tree Frog Nada. Down to 4. Forest Slayer, Going Tonto, Random King, Jamie Penguins. The last 4. Now it's Pink Felicia up top. That spin move from Going Tonto. Going Tonto's out. 4 Slayers out. We're down to 2. Jamie Penguins, Random King. The last 2. Here comes Debo the Shark. Bottom half of the screen going right to left. Can Jamie Penguins get a sharp enough bounce to get around Debo? Nope, that's going to do it. Random King 206 gets the win here in game number 4 of the broadcast. Congratulations, Random King. That's 4 games and 4 different winners thus far. Of course, for the top 10 finishers, leaderboard points. That monthly Twitchy Tides competition. So I got a little bit there, and then from me on up, the better you finished, the more you've got for those leaderboard points, all the way up to number 1, and your winner, Random King. All right, back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation point play in chat. For our 5th game of the broadcast, it's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. Back on headset with you here. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. NashvilleLou Live. So we've got 14 players in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Let's take this overlay down. I'll join as well by typing !play in chat. This time I'll use 4 spot where I've got a Twitchy controller. Not Atari, but a Twitchy. So last chance to get in for this next game with !play. You're looking for a top 10 finish here to get leaderboard points for that monthly competition, Twitchy Tides. And for the winner, the prize is a Warsake Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. It'll give you a boost in the fun new game, Meta Battler. Plus, you'll get an entry into that drawing we're going to have on Christmas Eve, Tides Tuesday. Be giving away some more of those Faded Monsuda packs. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned your spot by winning here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. That's the only way to get in for that drawing. We'll have this, and then hopefully I should have one more tomorrow Freeform before that Tides Tuesday Christmas Eve show. All right, 15 players. Unmada's got that Whaley Grayley in there. Those are few and far between. You got to really earn those. All right, so 15 players. And again, if I happen to win, prize goes to second place. Game number 5 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. We start with 15, and it's Debo the Shark. Apparently a no-show. It's that full air command from Jeff 0079 with that Neon Leon. Scared off Debo, at least for a little while. Cannonball comes tearing through, takes out 4 Slayer, Chucky, and Jungle Banana. We're down to 12. Cannonball takes out Tree Frog, Nada, Autumn's Toys, and Notorious Ninja. We're down to 9. So Notorious at least got a top 10 finish. So that, along with everyone else remaining, they'll be getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. But who's going to be the winner? Here comes Felicia. It's Pink Felicia taking out Unmada. And we're down to 8. Tebow the Shark chomps away, taking out Random King and going Tonto. We're down to 6. Pink Felicia zaps Nadu 6 and Fawny T. We're down to the final 4. It's me, Liquid Chill, Jeff 0079, and sure, the final 4. 5th game of the broadcast. Depth Charge. Ominous Threat. Sure is going to get past. I don't think my controller's going to get past it up here. But I'm out. Boom. We're down to 3. It's Chur, Jeff 0079, and Liquid Chill. The final 3. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark. Bottom half of the screen going right to left. Looks like Debo's going to miss everybody. The battle continues. Chur, Jeff 0079, Liquid Chill. The last 3. Cannonball. Going to miss all 3 remaining competitors. Pink Felicia zaps Liquid Chill. Zaps Chur, and that's going to do it. Congratulations. Jeff 0079 gets the win here in this 5th game of the broadcast. So that's 5 games and 5 different winners thus far. So congrats to Jeff on the victory. Of course, for those top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. So for Notorious Ninja on up, leaderboard points. All the way up to that first place spot. And your winner, Jeff 0079. All right, back open again for our next game of Twitchy Tides. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get in for that next game. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right. My voice. Stand by. As I was saying, all right, back from break, back on headset, NashvilleLou live. Big whine at my voice goes scratchy scratch. We got 14 players in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Let's take the overlay down. I'll join with !play in chat. Use the Vape Ape, which I've gotten the number 2 spot. My Twitchy team. Remember, you can set up to 5 fish within your Twitchy team. You can do that in the game. TwitchyTides.io is the website. Need information on how to set up a Wax wallet. There's information there. It's a good resource. There's a link there to the Twitchy Tides Discord, which has some wonderful people. Be glad to answer any questions you have about Twitchy Tides. All right, so we got 15 players lined up for this next game. Top 10 finishers. You're looking at leaderboard points for that monthly competition. In addition, for the winner, the prize is a War Sake and Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. In addition, get an entry, I should say, into the drawings we're going to have on Christmas Eve Tides Tuesday here on NashvilleLou Live. We'll be giving away some more of those Faded Monsuda packs, generously donated by Sensei Bullrock. You don't have to be present to win. It's going to be like Christmas morning, Christmas middle of the night. For some of you, I understand. 0300 UTC. So some of that's going to be open-ended anyway, with it being Christmas Eve and all. Our family's not getting together till Christmas Day, so we're well into the afternoon U.S. time. All right, 16. Let's go through this list of participants. We got Random King. Sure. Going Tonto, Fonny T, Four Slayer, Notorious Ninja, Tree Frog Nada, Liquid Shell, Hussein Muhammad, Chucky, Jeff 0079, Billy XBT, Nadu 6, me, NashvilleLou, the Vape Ape, Jungle Banano, Autumn's Toys. All right, 16 players. If I happen to win, that top prize goes to second place. Game number 6 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. It's Big Worm with a Hook. Hussein's out, I'm out, and we're down to 14. Depth charge. There goes Jeff 0079 and Jungle Banano. Down to a dozen. A shell shock command. You got the super spin up there going Tonto and Liquid Chill battling like two cats. Bonnie T and Nadu 6 get hooked by Big Worm. We're down to 10, so the remaining players are looking at leaderboard points. That monthly competition. Here comes Debo the Shark chomping away, taking out Chucky and Sure. Down to 8. Half the field is out. Depth charge takes out Autumn's Toys and Tree Frog Nada. Down to 6. Now it's Pink Felicia taking out Notorious Ninja. Going Tonto with that super spin. Pops Felicia there. Stopping her in her tracks. At least for the short term. Pink Felicia regroups. Takes out Random King. We're down to 4. Liquid Chill with that shell shock has Pink Felicia frozen, but she has another kill. That maximum of 2. For most of the opponents, it's 3 for a cannonball. So it's down to the final 4. 4 Slayer, Liquid Chill, Billy XBT, going Tonto. The final 4. Cannonball, ground level, misses everybody. Gutter ball. Pink Felicia stings Billy. Along with Liquid Chill, we're down to these final 2. It's 4 Slayer, going Tonto. The last 2. War Slayer. Debo must have struck there on that right side, taking out Four Slayer, and it's going Tonto, getting the victory. So that's 6 games thus far and 6 different winners in Twitchy Tides. Greetings and welcome to everybody. Some people just tuning in. This is not a typical time for me to be streaming, especially during NFL season, but trying this out in some different time slots, different day parts as they call it, and that includes in radio they used to refer to this, so they may still refer to this in negative ways, the Sunday night, the death time zone or time slot. You get a lot of local shows that get stuck on Sunday night just because listenership tends to be down. Although if you have a game or a sports broadcast that somebody wants to hear suddenly, the typical rules change a bit. All right, so for the top 10, Chucky on up. You've got leaderboard points for this top 10 finish for that monthly competition. All the way up to number 1, going Tonto with a victory. Back open now for our next game of Twitchy Tides with exclamation mark play in chat. Keep in mind that sometimes the Twitchy Tides bot will confirm that you're really there. So make sure that your fish shows up there on screen, or you otherwise aren't prompted to prove that you're really there. Give you a keyword to write back to confirm. Pretty straightforward process. It's exclamation mark play in chat to get into this next game of Twitchy Tides here on Freeform. Thinking about it, I've been a customer of Dish Network going back to 2015, but I moved back to Nashville. I'd worked for a couple of different TV stations. I had a second run through the TV news biz, including time in Columbus, Ohio. But I think we're very close to the end. Once it gets to this end of the year, into NFL season, all that, and finally be done with the traditional cable/satellite. Of course, that means then navigating the world of streaming services and how I'm going to handle things with ESPN Plus if I don't have an actual active subscription, and yada, yada, yada. All that to be dealt with, but it'll be nice to not to be concerned about have some major cloud cover coming through during an important broadcast. And yet that dishes a lot of people living in remote areas to have access to programming they otherwise wouldn't have, particularly before internet. And there's some places where the internet's not exactly easily available, or you're getting 1 or 2 bars. And at least with that, you got options. I've got 16 people into this next game of Twitchy Tides. All right, so I'll take this overlay down. I'll join as well with exclamation mark play in chat. Last chance to get in for this next game of Twitchy Tides here on Freeform. Get in with that Rainbow Soul the Catfish. Rare exclusive. So for top 10 finishers, you'll be earning leaderboard points for that monthly competition. For the winner of the prize is a Warsake Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have on Christmas Eve, Tides Tuesday, giving away some more of those Faded Monsuda packs. The only way you can get into one of those drawings, we have drawings for multiple packs, the only way to get in is by winning here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. We've got a Jeeb, we've got Silent One. Glad you got in this time, Silent One. Sure. Boar Slayer, Fonny T, Liquid Chill, Chucky, Notorious Ninja, Going Tonto, Billy XBT, Tree Frog Nada, Jeff 0079, Autumn's Toys, Hussein Muhammad, Jungle Banano, Buzz King, and me, NashvilleLou. Those 17 players, if I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second. All right, so 17 players. If I win, that top prize goes to second place. And this 7th game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou Live. That's Big Worm with a Hook got stopped by that snowstorm from Hussein. Up top is a depth charge. I got temporarily stopped there by that spook command, but only temporarily. Takes out Autumn's Toys down to 16. Now it's Debo the Shark going down Broadway left to right, taking out Notorious Ninja and Four Slayer down to 14. Now it's Debo going right to left. Ajib is out, along with Fonny T, down to a dozen. Use that 9 lives command. A Rainbow Soul the Catfish. There we go. There's the boom from the depth charge. Hussein's out. We're down to 11. Pink Felicia takes out Jungle Banano and Going Tonto. Going Tonto gets a top 10 finish, getting leaderboard points along with everybody else remaining, so we're down to 9. Depth charge. Free Frog, Nada, and Chur are out. We're down to 7. Pink Felicia, I'm out. Buzz King and Jeff 0079. It's like simultaneous hit there. Tough break for those two. Final 4, Billy XBT, Liquid Chill, Silent One, Chucky, the last 4. And a cannonball that remarkably misses everybody. Another cannonball that takes out Chucky. We're down to the final 3. Liquid Chill, Silent One, Billy XBT. Pink Felicia up top. There goes Billy. Narrow escape there by Silent One using that Ray, that reindeer fish. Liquid Chill with that flow, that new one, that Series 4 rare. That's the final 2 we got in there. And look at that, it's a depth charge. That blinking red. Silent One makes it past. Now Liquid Chill out of the corner. Could get past as well. Now Silent One off this bounce. Is there enough room to avoid it? Nope, there's the boom. That's going to do it. Congratulations to Liquid Chill. First two-time winner of the broadcast. Got the victory in game number 2, and here in game number 7, victorious as well. So for the top 10 finishers, for going Tonto on up, leaderboard points, getting that for your monthly competition, all the way up to number 1, and your winner, Liquid Shell. All right, back open now for our next game of Twitchy Tides with exclamation point play in chat for game number 8 of the broadcast. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform. Got 15 players in for this next game. Let's take this overlay down. If you're not in yet and you want in, you should join right now, right away. All right, so Chucky, you're able to get in. Good. Sometimes that Twitchy Tides bouncer bot, you may not see it if it prompts you for a response, but definitely something to look for when you're getting in for these games. It's worth it in the long run, though, I think, because this helps keep people using bots or scripts or whatever bad behavior at least somewhat at bay. I'll join, use the Vape Ape. Look, I've got the 2 spot in my Twitchy team. All right, so we have 17 people lined up for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Top 10 finishers. They're looking at leaderboard points for that monthly competition. We've talked about that here quite a bit. At least a top 150, if not a top 75 or even top 25. It's not going to get any easier in the new year. More and more people are going to learn about this game. They already have. The results speak for themselves. People love Twitchy Tides. We've got Notorious Ninja, Billy XBT, Silent One, Ajib, Fonny T, Liquid Chill, Churr, Jeff 0079, Nadu 6, Going Tonto, Parrots, hello, Boar Slayer, Chucky, Hussein Muhammad, Tree Frog Nada, Buzz King, and me, NashvilleLou with Vape Ape. So that's 17 players. If I happen to win, first prize goes to second place. That first prize is a Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. It'll give you a boost in the fun new game Meta Battler, plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have for Tides Tuesday on Christmas Eve. Those Faded Monsuda packs. Be giving those away. You've already earned your spot by winning here on Freeform. That's the only way to get in for that drawing is to win here. Should have one more Freeform show tomorrow as well. One last opportunity. People looking for a spot or additional spots depending on given person situation. So 17 players. Again, if I win, top prize goes to second place. And game number 8 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Twitchy Tides Freeform. It's a cannonball. Takes out Churr and Nadu 6, then gets sent back in the other direction. Quickly, we're down to 15. Make that 13. Depth charge takes out Silent One and Parrot. We're going to use that banana command. That Vape Ape. There we go, banana. Boar Slayer with that flare from the Neon Leon fish. We got 2 of those in the mix here with Fonny T as well, though Fonny gets taken out there along with Notorious Ninja. With the sharp teeth of Debo. The shark has us down to 11. I'm out along with 4 Slayer thanks to Pink Felicia. So 4 Slayer gets a top 10 finish as to everybody else still in the mix. Who's going to be the winner? Pink Felicia. So Buzz King is out along with Hussein Muhammad. We're down to 7. Big Worm of the Hook takes out Billy XBT. We're down to 6. Special thanks, Carl Casey at Whitebat Audio, who makes much of the great background music I use here on NashvilleLou Live. Again, it's Big Worm of the Hook on that left side. That spook command from Jeff. That pumpkin rot, that jack-o'-lantern. Sent Big Worm back in the other direction. Now it's Debo the Shark. Up top going left to right. And it appears Debo is going to miss all 6 remaining fish. That happens sometimes. Cannonball. Takes out Chucky. We're down to 5. Now it's Debo. Going right to left. Tree Frog, Nada, and Liquid Chill are eliminated. We're down to 3. Jeff 0079, Ajib, going Tonto. The last 3. The Shark takes out Ajib. We're down to 2. Going Tonto. Jeff 0079, the last 2. Freeze and a spin move from Jeff. Pardon me. As Debo comes through, looks like Debo's going to miss both players. Going Tonto. Jeff 0079, the final 2. It's Debo. Debo the Shark cutting through. Taking out Going Tonto. That's going to do it. Congratulations, Jeff 0079. It's the win. Second win of the broadcast for Jeff. Won in game number 5, and then right here in game number 8 as well. And for the top 10 finishers, you're looking at leaderboard points. I missed out, so the people below me, but 4 Slayer on up. Leaderboard points for that monthly competition. The better your finish, the more you get as far as those leaderboard points, all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Jeff 0079. Back open now for our 9th game of the broadcast. Exclamation mark play in chat. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here. It's NashvilleLou Live. Twitchy Tides for Freeform, episode 11. Got 15 players in for this next game. If you want in, you should do so right away by typing !play in chat, then hit enter. Make sure you do that part. Make sure also that you actually do get in, and that the Twitchy Tides bouncer doesn't pick you at random to prove you're really there, and if you somehow miss it, then you might miss out. So fair warning on that, to be aware. Look for your name of your fish to pop up. Take the overlay down. I'll join with !play. I'll use that Scuba Woofy again, which I've got in the 5 spot. So for the top 10 finishers here, we've got 17 in at the moment. For the top 10 finishers, you're looking at leaderboard points for that monthly competition. Most of you here are acutely aware of this already, but I know there are new people tuning in all the time. TwitchyTides.io is the website. It gives you all the information you need there. Everything from how to make a wax wallet to what you need to do as far as with the leaderboard points to see, okay, where do I stack up compared to the rest of the field for this month? Because you finish top 150 or higher, the way it has been, and exclusive items, I think even nicer for top 75 and then for top 25. Like those Neon Leon fish from October. Limited in availability, but people, also a nice little status thing to show off, like, hey, I earned this one way or another. All right, so we've got OG Daddy, Chur, Ajib, Notorious Ninja, Liquid Chill, Hussein Muhammad, Tree Frog Nada, Jeff 0079, Bonnie T, Chucky, Random King, Parrot, me, NashvilleLou, Silent One, Pennybags Jr., War Slayer, Nadu 6. So that's 17 players in for this next game. For the winner, the prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. It'll give you a boost in the game Meta Battler. In addition, the winner will earn an entry into the drawing we're going to have Christmas Eve. We're giving away some more of those Faded Monsuda packs. The only way to win those packs, to get in for those drawings, is to win here on Freeform. So Gabbix, hello Gabbix. Gabbix is in to give us 18 as far as the total players for this next game. So if I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second place. Hooah. The waving hello from Kit Boga. I got that to pull up within the OBS studio interface. All right, there, I'll wave. That'll work. Zach Bonifer's in as well. Hello, Zach. Gets us 19 players. Again, if I happen to win, prize goes to second place. But game number 9 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Debo the Shark, right away, I'm out. So is Four Slayer. Down to 17. Most of the enemies are capped at 2 kills per crossing. It's 3 kills for a cannonball, so be aware. And then, as if on cue, cannonball comes through, taking out Chucky, Gabbix, and Ajib. We're down to 14. Depth charge. There goes OG Daddy. Down to 13. Debo the Shark up top takes out Liquid Chill and Hussein Muhammad, down to 11. Players now trying to hang on for a top 10 finish and leaderboard points. That monthly Twitchy Tides competition. There are people looking to play around the clock and around the world. Now it's Pink Felicia. Takes out Silent One and Nadu 6. So Nadu 6 gets a top 10 finish at least. We're down to 9. Same is true for the remaining players. You'll have leaderboard points out of this. But who's going to be the winner? Cannonball. That Cannonball takes out Chur, Random King, and Jeff. We're down to 6. Pink Felicia. Going down the middle, left to right. Taking out Zach Bonifer and Tree Frog Nada. We're down to the final four. It's Parrot, Bonnie T, Pennybags Jr., and Notorious Ninja. The final four. Big Worm with a hook. Bonnie T makes it by. Parrot will. It's going to get Notorious Ninja and catch Pennybags Jr. on the way out. We're down to the final two. It's Parrot 314 and Fonny T, the last two. Fonny T hits the depth charge. That's going to do it. Congratulations. Parrot 314 gets the win. You're in game number 9 of the broadcast. First win of today, on my stream at least, for Parrot. So for Nadu 6 on up, players earned leaderboard points thanks to that top 10 finish. The better the finish, the more points, and ultimately all the way up to number 1 and your winner, Parrot 314. Just like that, back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation point play in chat. Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. Back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides for Freeform, episode 11. We got 20 players in for this next game. Let me take this overlay down. Got 21. I'll join with exclamation mark play, which if you want to get in, you should do this right now, right away, if you're not already in. Exclamation mark play, and this time I'll go with the Neon Leon. I've got my 3 spot right now, my Twitchy team. You can always go into the game within twitchytides.io and change up your team however you like with the various fish that you own. All right, so right here, remember you're looking for a top 10 finish. It's going to get you leaderboard points for that monthly competition. We're at the point now, December 22nd, the 23rd for some of you. Later into the month, but it's going to be fierce because people, especially those close to the cut lines, that top 150, top 75, top 25. And the more word spreads about this game, the more people are going to play it and then in turn want to stream it, because this is so much fun to stream. It really is. It feels much. I'm used to high pressure from years of television news. This is like the opposite of that, which is great. All right, so let's go through the list of participants here. Along with those top 10 finishers, the winner gets a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. My artwork on wax and other promotional items. They all give you a boost in the new game, Meta Battler. Also, the winner gets an entry into that drawing. We're going to have Christmas Eve, Tides Tuesday with those faded Monsuda packs. You don't have to be present to win. Man, it's going to be middle of the night for some of you on Christmas morning. Take time away from friends and family. Come sit in some random giveaway I'm doing. You'll have already earned it, though, because you'll have won here on Freeform. Pardon me. We got 24 players. Let's go through the list of participants. We got Pennybags Jr., Random King, Hussein Muhammad, Notorious Ninja, Jeff 0079, Parrots, Chucky, Liquid Chill, Four Slayer, Free Frog Nada, Fonny T, Ajib, Buzz King, Nadu 6, Zach Bonifer, Billy XBT, Taryn Lore, Brazen Blake, Aegis 2017, Gary the 7th, Silent One, Flower, NashvilleLou is me, and Gabix. That's 24. Well, thank you, Random King. And the great thing, I turn all of my prior broadcasts, make highlights of them here on Twitch, and so they stick around indefinitely, video on demand. So for anybody that wins, wants to say, oh, how did it play out live? Well, you can pull up and watch it here. I mean, I don't know how long they will keep these up, but it's an indefinite thing the way it is now. They make you do that extra effort, but they'll do that, which works for me. All right, so we've got 24 players, and let's get to this game. And if I win, that top prize goes to second place. Thank you. All right, 24 players. It begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. The Cannonball takes out Gabix, Random King, and Ajib. We're down to 21 early. Now it's Debo the Shark, going left to right, chomping away, taking out Buzz King and Fonny T. And we're down to 19. Debo going right to left. Pennybags Jr. and Zach Bonifer both eliminated. We're down to 17. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. NashvilleLou live, and it's Pink Felicia. Bottom part of the screen going left to right. Felicia takes out Hussein Muhammad. I think she's got one more sting still left, one more kill left on the way across. Or does she already? Well, whatever the case, she's gone now. We're down to 16. Tough to keep track sometimes. There's a lot going on. Cannonball up top. Takes out Tree Frog Nada. Nearly missed everybody. But we got Tree Frog on the way out. And we're down to 15. Return of the Cannonball. A bit more effective this time. I'm out. Along with Nadu 6 and Chucky. Half the field is out now. We're down to a dozen. Players trying to hang on for a top 10 finish and leaderboard points. Big worm with a hook. That takes out Notorious Ninja and Billy XBT. So we're down to 10. The remaining players, including the 4 Ray Rays in there, you're getting leaderboard points out of this. But who's going to be the winner? Taryn Lore builds that dam in the corner there with that Buster Beaver. As Debo the Shark cuts across, chomps away, takes out Silent One and Flower. We're down to 8. Now it's Pink Felicia. Went right to left, bottom half of the screen, taking out Four Slayer and Gary the 7th. We're down to 6. Up top, Pink Felicia. Eliminates Aegis. So we're down to 5. It's Freeform, episode 11, Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live. The cannonball that misses everybody. A cannonball that again misses everybody high. Terran Lore builds the dam again, bottom left corner with that Buster Beaver. Unfortunate for Terran Lore, though, popping out of that corner right into that depth charge. We're down to 4. It's Brazen Blake, Liquid Chill, Parrot, and Jeff 0079, the final 4. And it's Debo the Shark going down Broadway, right to left, right down the middle. It looks like the 4 remaining players will all avoid Debo. So the battle continues. Final 4. Tenth game of the broadcast. And there's that depth charge. Ominous blinking red there on the Twitchy Tide sign. Full-time spin move by Jeff. Brazen Blake collides with the depth charge. We're down to 3. Liquid Chill, Jeff 0079, and Parrot 314, the final 3. As we hit 9 p.m. Eastern, Cannonball takes out Parrot. We're down to the final 2. This is Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Liquid Chill uses a shell shock command. Spin move by Jeff 0079. That shell shock seems to have Debo in place for the moment, but Debo's still dangerous. A freeze by Jeff with that jack-o'-lantern. Pumpkin rot. The final 2. Both players use a freeze command. Now a spin move by Jeff 0079. Big worm with a hook. Set up on the left side. The left part of the Twitchy Tide sign. Spin move by Jeff 0079. Liquid Chill out of that freeze goes to the right, and that's going to do it. Quite the battle there at the end, but it's Liquid Chill. 3rd victory of the broadcast in 10 games. Here in game number 10, it's Liquid Chill 80 getting the win. So congratulations on the victory to Liquid Chill. And for the top 10 finishers, leaderboard points earned. That's for Silent One, 38 on up. The higher the finish, the more leaderboard points you earn, all the way up to number 1, and Liquid Chill victorious. Back open now, game number 11. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get in for our next game of Twitchy Tides. Remember that the winners here on Freeform, for each win, get an entry into the drawings we're going to have on Tides Tuesday. It is the Christmas Eve edition this upcoming Tuesday. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned your spot, because the only way to get in for that drawing is to win here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. People are clamoring to play this game around the clock. It's really something. In a good way. Especially when you keep in mind that competition for the leaderboard points. That monthly competition. And soon enough, we're going to have daily competitions, which that's going to get even more intense. But it should add to the fun factor. It'll definitely encourage even more daily play. These are all good things. I mean, even more people streaming and playing the game. In minute 20, we got 16 players and counting there. You can join as well by typing exclamation point play in chat. That'll get you in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Even if you're brand new, you don't know what this is, you don't know who I am even. If you want to play, you can do so. You don't even need a wax wallet just to play for fun. Just type exclamation mark play in chat, hit enter, and the game will assign you a fish and you can play for fun. Most of the people here are playing They want those top 10 finishes. They want those leaderboard points. They want to win. Get those prizes. Plus the glory of the victory as well. Chance to even potentially end up with a faded Monsuda pack, and those are in high demand. All right, so we got 19 players in for this next game of Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. So again, for tomorrow, for Monday, have another Freeform broadcast. I'm not exactly sure on the particulars yet on it. Hope to get it in before Monday Night Football. But we'll see what the schedule and time allows for tomorrow. But hopefully to have enough people in the mix as far as those games go that we'll have a bunch of winners. We'll have those faded Monsuda packs. A little Christmas Eve fun. With that live drawing we'll have here on NashvilleLou Live on Tides Tuesday. We got 22 players in for this next game. Let me bring the overlay down. I'll join as well with !play. I'll use the Vape Ape, which is in the number 2 spot in my Twitchy team. Remember, you can assign it 5 different spots. You can switch out even though once you have a particular fish set in a game, if you have a change of heart, you want to use a different fish, you got that Twitchy team, you just use !play and then a different number that corresponds to a different fish, and then voila, switcheroo. It makes it easier for everybody. It's a good thing. Particularly people with multiple fish. All right, so let's go through this list of participants. Players looking for a top 10 finish to get leaderboard points for that monthly competition. For the winner, the prize is a Warsake and Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. In addition, the winner will gain an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tides Tuesday, Christmas Eve, giving away those faded Monsuda packs, and the only way to get in for that drawing is to win here on Freeform. Got 24 players. If I win, that top prize goes to second place. Game number 11 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform. And right away is a depth charge, taking out Flower, Terran, Lord, and Gabbix. Gabbix has some tough luck. Way it goes sometimes, those early exits. Wrong place, wrong time. Speaking of which, I had him right in the teeth of Debo the Shark, along with Aegis, down to 19. The hook from Big Worm takes out Silent One. We're down to 18. The hook. Buzz King and a Jeep are both out. We're down to 16. Depth charge takes out Jeff 0079, Pennybags Jr. down to 14. Cannonball takes out Random King, Parrot, and Hussein. We're down to 11. More than half the field is out. Depth charge. Flantality's eliminated, so we're down to 10. So for the remaining players, they'll earn leaderboard points out of this for a top 10 finish, but who's going to be the winner? It's Debo. Debo the Shark. 4 Slayers out. We're down to 9. Cannonball up top. Taking out Chucky, Notorious Ninja, and Fonny T. We're down to 6. SDME123 and Gary the 7th both taken out there by that depth charge. Down to 4. It's Billy XBT, Nadu 6. To the final 2. Liquid Chill and Brazen Blake both got the hook from Big Worm. It was Nadu 6 and Billy XBT, the last 2. And it's Debo taking out Nadu 6. Congratulations. Billy XBT gets the victory. First win of the broadcast today for Billy. So for 4 Slayer on up, it's a top 10 finish and thus leaderboard points. The higher the finish, the more points you earn. All the way up to number 1. And your winner, Billy XBT. Open now for our next game of Twitchy Tides. Game number 12 is open with exclamation point play in chat. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform. NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. We got 19 players in for this next game. Braze and Blake, if you're still here, please be sure to confirm. Twitchy Tides bot. Take the overlay down. I'll join as well with exclamation point play. That Rainbow Soul the Catfish. That gets us to 20. We have 20 players in for the next game. You're looking for a top 10 finish here. Trying to get leaderboard points for that monthly competition. The winner of the prize is a Warsake and Foil Prime card. Plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. It'll give you a boost in the game Meta Battler. Plus you'll get an entry into that drawing we're going to have Christmas Eve, Tides Tuesday. We'll be giving away some more of those Faded Monsuda packs. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned your spot, because the only way to get into that drawing is to win here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. We got 22 players in. Let's go through the list of participants. We got Chucky, Liquid Chill, Ajib, Notorious Ninja, Boar Slayer, Nadu6, Random King, Flower, Pennybags Jr., Aegis 2017, Parrot, Silent One, Terran Lore, Fonny T, Gabix, Hussein Muhammad, me, NashvilleLou, Blantality, Jeff 0079, Zach Bonifer, Jamie Penguins, Ivanov 007. So 22 players. If I happen to win, that top prize goes to second place. Game number 22 of the broadcast begins now. 22. We've got 22 players. Game number 12 starts now. It's NashvilleLou Live. Pink Felicia up top going right to left. Terran Lore and Gabix had some really tough luck. Some of these games. Early exits for both Terran Lore and Gabix were down to 20. And it's Debo the Shark. Chomping away, taking out Jeff 0079, getting sent in the other direction. Down to 19. Let's see if I can use that 9 lives command with that Rainbow Soul the Catfish. Rare exclusive. First, the Haunt command from Liquid Chill. With 9 lives, if you happen to get killed while you get that, while I have your shine on there, you'll poof back to life. That cannonball came through there, did some damage, took out Pennybags Jr., Jamie Penguins, and Ajib. We're down to 14. The hook from Big Worm eliminates Notorious Ninja, down to 13. The hook from Big Worm takes out Flantality and Silent One. Half the field is out. We're down to 11. Pink Felicia going left to right, takes out Nadu6 and Four Slayer. Four Slayer does get a top 10 finish out of it, as does everybody else still in the mix. We're down to 9. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. It's a cannonball. Takes out Ivanov, Chucky, and Fonny T. We're down to 6. I'll use that 9 lives command one more time. How about that? Depth charge underneath the Twitchy Tide sign, bottom left. Hussein with that snowstorm command temporarily disabling the bomb, but only temporarily. That depth charge takes out Flower. We're down to 5. Big Worm with a hook. Aegis and Zach Bonifer are out. We're down to 3. Hussein Muhammad, Parrot 314, and me, NashvilleLou, the last 3. Debo. It's Debo the Shark. Going down Broadway right to left. And improbably, Debo misses everybody. Final 3. Return of Debo going right to left, upper part of the screen. And again, Debo misses everybody. Debo's going to try it again, a little higher up this time. Might get my soul to catfish. Indeed, that's what happened. So we're down to the final 2. It's Hussein Muhammad and Parrot 314, the final 2. Debo the Shark takes out Hussein. That's going to do it. Parrot 314 gets the victory. Second win of the broadcast for Parrot, who also won in game number 9. Keep in mind that prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast. They'll be sent out in the order they were won, so please have some patience with me. They'll be sent out as soon as possible. So along with that victory, top 10 finishers, you earned leaderboard points out of that. So for 4 Slayer on up, leaderboard points earned in Twitchy Tides, that month-long competition. I even earned some there for that 3rd place finish. All the way up to number 1 and your winner, Parrots. Back open now for our next game, game number 13 of the broadcast, with exclamation point play in chat. Twitchy Tides Freeform. NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform. Episode 11. We got 16 people in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Take this overlay down. I'll join as well with exclamation point play in chat and then hit enter. That is part of it. And there I am right there with the Soul the Catfish. That rare, exclusive rainbow Soul the Catfish. So 17 players. Remember, you're looking for a top 10 finish. That'll give you leaderboard points in that monthly competition in Twitchy Tides. Also, for the winner, the prize is a Warsake Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Artwork on wax will give you a boost in the game Meta Battler. Plus, you'll get an entry into that drawing we're going to have Christmas Eve, Tides Tuesday. You don't have to be present to win. We're giving away some Faded Monsuda packs, but the only way to get in that drawing is to win here on Freeform. Whether it's this episode, should have one more on Monday, and then we'll be on to Christmas Eve and Tides Tuesday. So let's go through this list of participants. We've got Hussein Muhammad, Chucky, Aegis 2017, Jeff 0079, Dr. Doom. Hey, Dr. D is in the house. From there, Notorious Ninja, Force Slayer, Liquid Chill, Ajib, Parrot 314, Flantality, Random King, Bonnie T, STME123, Nadu 6, Zach Bonifer, Jungle Banano, Gavix, and me, NashvilleLou. So that's 19 players in total. If I happen to win, that top prize goes to second place. Game number 13 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou Live. Cannonball up top takes out Nadu 6 and Gavix. Again, bad luck for Gavix early. Down to 17. It's Debo the Shark chomping away. Liquid Chill and Fawny T eliminated. Down to 15. Up top, Pink Felicia. Eliminating Flantality and Parrot. Down to 13. I'm going to use that 9 lives command for my Rainbow Soul the Catfish. Big Worm of the Hook takes out Parrot and SDME. Down to 12. Pink Felicia. I'm out, as is Aegis 2017. So we're down to 10. So remaining players, you've earned leaderboard points here thanks to a top 10 finish, but who's going to be the winner? Pink Felicia. Lower Park going right to left. Chucky is out. Down to 9. Cannonball. That Cannonball up top takes out Ajib, Notorious Ninja, Random King, down to 6. Debo the Shark. Hussein's out, we're down to 5. Game with 19, we're down to 5. It's Twitchy Tides, Freeform episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. It's Pink Felicia. Dr. Doom's out. Along with Jungle Banano. Final 3, it's Jeff 0079, Force Slayer, and Zach Bonifer. The last 3. Debo the Shark. Near ground level, going right to left, and Debo's going to miss all 3 remaining fish. I realize there's a scuba woofy in there, but that counts as a fish. So is the jack-o'-lantern. Pink Felicia takes out Jeff and gets Zach. That's going to do it. So congratulations, Force Slayer. gets the victory here in game number 13. Second win of the day here on this broadcast for Four Slayer. Victorious in game number 3, now victorious in game number 13. Four Slayer gets the win. Top 10 finishes, so Chucky on up. You get leaderboard points for that monthly competition for Twitchy Tides. Higher the finish, the more of those leaderboard points you get all the way up to number 1 and your winner, Four Slayer. Now we're back open for the next game of Twitchy Tides. Game number 14 of the broadcast. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get in for our next game of Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. back on headset with you here. It's NashvilleLou Live. Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. We've got 20 players in for this next game. If you want to join and you're not in yet, you need to do so right now, right away, by typing !play in chat. I'll take down the overlay. I'll type in !play. Use the vape ape, which I have in the number 2 spot. So we got 22 players lined up. You're looking for a top 10 finish here. If you get top 10, that'll give you leaderboard points for that monthly competition. It's a part of the appeal with Twitchy Tides. People want to earn those top 10 finishes, get those wins, looking to play around the clock. In addition, the winner of this game receives a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. It'll give you a boost in the new game, Meta Battler. Plus, you'll get an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tides Tuesday, Christmas Eve. You don't have to be present to win. We'll be giving away some more of those Faded Monsuda packs. The only way to get in for that drawing, though, is to win here on Twitchy Tides Freeform on NashvilleLou Live. Let's go through this list of 22 players. We've got Terran Lore, Hussein Muhammad, Nadu6, Flower, Random King, Ajib, Liquid Chill, Four Slayer, Aegis 2017, Notorious Ninja, Jeff 0079, Dr. Doom, Gavix, Parrots, Zach Bonifer, Jungle Banano, Pennybags Jr., Plantality, Autumn's Toys, Chucky, me, NashvilleLou with the Vape Ape, and Ivanov 007. That's 22 players. No winning for dying first, guys. You've had some tough luck. Maybe it'll... Eventually, these things have a way of working themselves out, so maybe you'll have better luck here to start off. All right, so 22 players. Game number 14 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. And it's Pink Felicia. Going right to left. Bottom part of the screen taking out Autumn's Toys and Jeff 0079. Down to 20. I'm going to play a banana here with my Vape Ape. Big Worm with a hook takes out Parrot, Nadu6. We're down to 18. My banana's kind of floating around there. Can't really see it, obstructed there by that haunt command. Got some powerful fish in the mix here. Some in particular with some strong anti-enemy provisions. Special moves. Now it's Debo the Shark. Debo chomping away, taking out Ivanov 007 and the Clownfish. Jungle Banano out as well, down to 16. Cannonball. Low part of the screen taking out Four Slayer, Terran Lore, and Pennybags Jr. We're down to 13. You can play another banana. Liquid Chill eliminated by that depth charge. Little banana there on top of the Twitchy Tide sign. Now that haunt command from Gavix. That depth charge. That banana, I think, took out the depth charge. What a twist. Speaking of depth charges, there's one bottom right part of the screen. Flower and Ajib both taken out. We're down to 10. So remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish. You'll be getting leaderboard points. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark chomping away, taking out Zach Bonifer and Aegis 2017. Down to 8. Pink Felicia. I'm out, along with Chucky, so we're down to 6. There's Debo. Debo the Shark sneaking in, taking out Flantality and Notorious Ninja as well. We're down to 4. Hussein with that Ray. Riding the low road back and forth. Also Gavix, Random King, Dr. Doom, the final 4. Debo, bottom half of the screen, Random King is out. So it's down to this, Gavix, Dr. Doom, Hussein Muhammad, last 3. Depth charge up top. Gonna get Gavix. We're down to 2. It's Hussein Muhammad and Dr. Doom. One's got a very horizontal path, the other very vertical path. Up top, that cannonball is gonna miss both players. Depth charge. That Ray sliding right underneath it there. I mean, look at that. Not as close as it gets in this game. The antlers didn't hit it or anything. I mean, look at that. It disappeared. Cannonball, it's going to miss both players. The saga continues. It's horizontal versus vertical. Hussein versus Dr. Doom. Cannonball again missed both players. You never know what to expect in a given game of Twitchy Tides. It's part of the fun. Big War with a hook. That's over there on that left side. Like this, anything hiding behind my logo over there, just normally station it. Again, big war with a hook. Later on, I'll be looking at the stats of the game. Now, why did this game take 10 minutes? Pickney, what'd you do this time? So it's Hussein Muhammad and Dr. Doom. What a battle here. So again, Big Worm gives up, but only for the short term. Now this might do it over here. Let me take my NLL rectangle, as I have it named in the sources, out of the way. There's the hook, and that's finally going to do it. Dr. Doom gets the win in game number 14. What a battle. Like getting like right before top of the hour. Dr. Doom. 2794. Triple checking my copying the numbers over. What a battle there. You earned that one there, Dr. D. Fight the final 2. We at 10 p.m. Eastern, a quick reset. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Just finished game number 14 here, the broadcast. For top 10 finishers for Zach Bonifer on up, including me. Leaderboard points. Monthly competition. These top 10 finishes all add up. The higher the finish, the more you get with those points. All the way up to that consumer break ninja. Break turtle. Dr. Doom, your winner. Back open now for our next game of Twitchy Tides. Exclamation point play. In chat, I'll get you in. So my plan is to have, I'm not sure, we'll go however long with this. I'm having fun. As long as we're all having fun, having a good time, there's demand for it. We'll keep this episode 11 going. More than 3 hours in, it just doesn't feel like it. This game, it feels different than any other And that includes being able to play for longer spans of time because it just flies by. It really does. But then to complete my thought, the plan is for Monday, which is for me tomorrow, not for some of you, but hopefully before Monday Night Football, get some more freeform in, trying out different day parts, different time slots, etc., different days, seeing what works best and where. Already got 14 players in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Make that 16. I mean, people just can't get enough of this. They want those top 10 finishes. They want those wins. And then you get these new people that come in that are brand new to this. Maybe they saw it on my stream or somebody else's or multiple people's. And finally, okay, I'm going to give this a try. Because you don't have to have a wax wallet. You don't have to have anything. As long as you're watching live and you're wanting to play. You gotta be logged in, but just exclamation point play. Even if you don't have a fish, the game will give you one to use just for fun. This is more than just for fun for most players. Hoping these top 10 finishes, putting in the time and the effort, getting those wins, getting those strong showings. So you don't get penalized if you get knocked out early, so don't worry about that. But definitely rewarding it on the monthly basis, and then soon, as I understand it, soon enough, we're going to have it on a daily basis as well, which will get really interesting as far as how that ends up motivating people for me. Both a live streaming standpoint, but also a gameplay standpoint. I mean, 2.5 minutes, it's open. We got 20 people and ready to go. And it's a time slot that's not usually a strong one for me. That I normally don't even use, but here we are with it, having a blast as usual at Twitchy Tides. I mean, time just flies by. It's fun. You can just get in and play. You don't have to type anything if you don't want to. Be on Team No Hands, and sometimes that works out. There's still some to be determined for Tides Tuesday. Might be a little bit more open-ended than the norm, with it being Christmas Eve and all, but my plan is to be here at 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. And you don't have to be present to win, but to get in for that drawing we're going to have for those Faded Monsuda packs, you have to win here on Freeform. Had 2 of these prior since last Tuesday's Tides Tuesday broadcast. There'll be at least one more Freeform in on Monday. And we'll be in a pretty good spot going into the pack giveaways. We'll see what kind of demand there is. Because, again, it's not just certain parts of the world. It's people around the world that love this game and play it when they can. So it's exclamation point play in chat to get into this next Twitchy Tides game. All right, so I'll take this overlay down. I'll join as well with exclamation mark play. Use the 5 spot in the lineup. Will give me that Scuba Woofy. All right, players, you're looking for a top 10 finish here to get leaderboard points for that monthly competition in Twitchy Tides. Even for relative newcomers, there's still a chance to at least get a top 150 spot out of it. And for the winner, prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. My artwork on wax. In addition, winner will receive an entry into that Christmas Eve Tides Tuesday drawing we're going to have for those Faded Monsuda packs. Been a big hit the past 2 weeks with Tides Tuesday, and should be no different coming up for the Christmas Eve edition here on NashvilleLou Live. So let's go through this list of players. We got Buzz King, Jeff 0079, Four Slayer, Flower, Autumn's Toys, Notorious Ninja, Liquid Chill, Rising Dragons, Hussein Muhammad, Pennybags Jr., Chucky, Taryn Lore, Gabix, SDME123, Random King, Zach Bonifer, Ivanov 007, Parrot, Ajib, Billy XBT, me, NashvilleLou, that's Scuba Woofy, and Fawny T. 22 players. If I win, that top prize goes to the second place finisher. All right, game number 15 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou Live. And it's Big Worm of the Hook. Poor Gabix getting hit early again. I'm out as well. Down to 20. Pink Felicia taking the low road, taking out Ivanov and Buzz King down to 18. Pink Felicia up top going left to right, takes out Flower, takes out Hussein. We're down to 16. Big Worm of the Hook. That's going to take out SDME123 along with Billy XBT. And we're down to 14. Pink Felicia. Taryn Lore and Jeff 0079 are both out. We're down to a dozen. Stebo the Shark. Chucky's out, along with the Jeep. We're down to 10. So the remaining players will earn leaderboard points for that monthly competition. Debo's already got his maximum kills for this pass-through, so no further damage to be caused there. We started with 22. We're down to 10. I put my NashvilleLou Live rectangle back up down there. Branding, pal. Parrot eliminated by Big Worm of the Hook, down to 9. Now it's Pink Felicia up top, taking out Fawny T and Rising Dragons, down to 7. Debo the Shark takes out Zach Bonifer. We're down to 6. Debo got frozen, but it'll be one more kill for Debo. But apparently that was all the damage Debo was going to do there. We're down to a half dozen. 6 remain. Cannonball. Random King and Four Slayer out. Down to the final 4. Pennybags Jr., Notorious Ninja, Liquid Chill, Autumn's Toys, the last 4. Depth Charge, you see it up there. Top part of the screen. It's going to take out Notorious Ninja. We're down to 3. Autumn's Toys, Pennybags Jr., Liquid Chill, the last 3. Pennybags with a freeze down by the coral. Meanwhile, it's Pink Felicia going down Broadway, taking out Autumn's Toys. We're down to the final 2. It's Liquid Chill. Pennybags Jr., the final 2. Pink Felicia. Going to right to left. Liquid Chill moves just in the right time. My goodness. Narrow. The battle continues. Liquid Chill. Pennybags Jr., final 2. Game 15. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 11, NashvilleLou Live, and it's a cannonball. It's going to take out Liquid Chill, and that's going to do it. Congratulations, Pennybags Jr. Second win of the broadcast. Pennybags Jr. won game number 1, and now victorious here in game number 15. All right, so congratulations to Pennybags Jr. on the victory for Parrot and everybody on up. Those are top 10 finishes and thus leaderboard points earned. More points for the higher finishers all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Pennybags Jr. Back open now for our next game number 16 of the broadcast. Exclamation point play in chat will get you in for our next Twitchy Tides game. It's Freeform episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. We've got 18 players in for this next game. Bring the overlay down. I'll join with exclamation mark play, which is what you should type as well if you want in. You're not in yet. Chucky's in, so we got at least 19. I'll use the Scuba Woofy, so we've got 20 players in. So for this next game, players are looking for a top 10 finish, because that's going to mean points earned in that monthly leaderboard competition. Trying to get a top 150 or a top 75 or even a top 25 finish. And the way to do that's by winning, getting those top 10 finishes, performing well. And that doesn't count the auto run games. Those are separate. 21 players. I'll go through the list of participants. Of course, for the winner, the prize is a Warsake foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, and an entry into that drawing. We're going to have Christmas Eve, Tides Tuesday. We'll be giving away some more of those Faded Monsuda packs. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned your spot by winning here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. So we got 21 players. We got Autumn's Toys, Gavix, Pennybags Jr., Ajib, Plantality, Notorious Ninja, Hussein Muhammad, Boar Slayer, Terran Lore, Jungle Banano, Nadu 6, Aegis 2017, Billy XBT, Ivanov 007, Rising Dragons, Flower, me, NashvilleLou, Chucky, Random King, Bonnie T, and Parrot. That's 21 players. If I happen to win, that top prize goes to second place. Game number 16 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. Pink Felicia taking out Hussein and Nadu 6, down to 19. Depth Charge. There goes Flower along with Terran Lore. Down to 17. Cannonball. Taking out Parrots. Aegis 2017. Boar Slayer. We're down to 14. Candy cane flying around. Big worm in that hook. Kind of got short-circuited there. Only to strike back on that left side, taking out Billy XBT. Down to 13. And it's Pink Felicia taking out Rising Dragons and Fawny T. Down to 11. Now it's Debo up top, going left to right. Taking out Notorious Ninja, gets hit with that candy cane, and that's the end of that. We're down to 10, so for the remaining players, top 10 finish is going to mean leaderboard points. Big Worm with the hook takes out Ajib, takes out Pennybags Jr. We're down to 8. Big Worm with the hook, Ivanov and Plantality are out. Down to 6. Pink Felicia, Random King and Gavix are out. We're down to 4. I'm still in there with that Scuba Woofy, along with Chucky, Jungle Banano, and Autumn's Toys, the final 4. Candy Cannon, yes. Now it's Pink Felicia. There goes my Scuba Woofy, we're down to 3. There goes Autumn's Toys, we're down to 2. It's Chucky and Jungle Banano, the final 2. Here comes Debo up top. Chucky should be okay out of there. Jungle Banano Oh, that's going to be a narrow angle. Jungle escapes. The battle continues. Dangerous. The depth charge, you see it there. That ominous blinking red. Spin move by Jungle Banana. Chucky. And Chucky rise above it. Nope, there's the boom. And that's the game. Congratulations. Jungle Banana gets the victory. First win of the broadcast here for Jungle Banana here in game number 16. Woohoo, says Jungle Banana. Rightly so, he earned that victory. So top 10 finishers. Rajiv on up. Get leaderboard points for that monthly competition. I'll get some for that 4th place finish. The most go to our winner, Jungle Banana, victorious, and Twitchy Tides. Open now for game number 17 of the broadcast. Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou Live. Go ahead and type exclamation point play to get in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Stay tuned. Back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. We've got 21 players in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. And the overlay down, I'll type !play in chat. Go with that Rainbow Soul the Catfish, that rare exclusive. Got that in my #1 spot in my Twitchy team, where you can choose 5 different fish from your inventory and set them with numbers 1 through 5. And if you want to switch your Twitchy team at any point, you can just log in and do so. But it makes it easy on the fly to switch between fish. The last chance to get in if you're not in already and want to do so by typing !play in chat. Players will be looking for a top 10 finish to get leaderboard points for the monthly competition. And for the winner, the prize is a Warsake and Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have on Christmas Eve. On Tides Tuesday, we'll be giving away some more of those faded Monsuda packs. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned it by winning here on Freeform. That's the only way to get in that drawing, is to win here. So we've had 2 episodes of Freeform prior to this one since the last Tides Tuesday. Hope to have one more on Monday. Later today / tomorrow. I try to avoid that sort of thing. The yesterday, today, tomorrow. Because a lot of that's going to depend on where I am and really more importantly where you are. So at 23 players in. Got 4 Slayer, Chucky, Jungle Banano, Bonnie T, Random King, Ajib, Notorious Ninja, Hussein Muhammad, Gabix, Young Wei, hello, Pennybags Jr., Liquid Chill, Silent One, Flower, Parrots, Rising Dragons, Billy XBT, Nadu 6, Autumn's Toys, Terran Lore, Buzz King, me, NashvilleLou, and Ages 2017. So we got 23 players. If I happen to win, that first place prize will go to the second place finisher. All right, game number 17 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Early on, it's Debo. Right away, I'm out. Autumn's Toys with that super spin. Make sure Debo doesn't do any further damage. Down to 22. Up top, Cannonball, Hussein, 4 Slayer, Fonnie T, all eliminated. Down to 19. It's Pink Felicia taking the low road, left to right. Silent One and Terran Lore both eliminated. Down to 17. Big Worm the hook. 906 and Aegis 2017 are out. Down to 14. Pink Felicia. Rising Dragons and Liquid Chill both eliminated. We're down to a dozen. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark going right to left. There goes Flower. There goes Random King. We're down to 10. So for the remaining players, you've earned a top 10 finish and thus the leaderboard points. That monthly competition. And who's going to be the winner? Here comes Pink Felicia. Taking out Jungle Banana and Autumn's Toys. We're down to 8. Pink Felicia up top, going left to right. Young Wei is out. We're down to 7. Notorious Ninja out as well, down to 6. That Haunt command from Gabix, bringing in the skulls. That Ghost Cragfish. Debo the Shark, chomping away, taking out Buzz King and a Jeep. We're down to 4. The final 4, Billy XBT, Chucky, Pennybags Jr., and Gabix. The final 4. Up top, Cannonball, should be a depth charge. Billy XBT is out. Down to 3, Gabix, Chucky, and Pennybags Jr. The last 3. Cannonball's going to miss all 3. Now it's Pink Felicia up top. Way up top, going right to left. It appears Felicia's going to miss all 3 remaining players. We started with 23. We're down to these remaining 3. Chucky, Gabix, Pennybags Jr. Cannonball takes out Pennybags and Gabix. And Chucky, reppin' Team No Hands, gets the victory here in game number 17. So Chucky gets the win. His first win of the broadcast here in this 17th game. So congratulations to Chucky. And for the top 10 finishers for Jungle Banana on up, leaderboard points for that monthly competition, all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Chucky 0644. Open now for game number 18 of the broadcast. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get into this next game of Twitchy Tides. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 11. NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. Let's take this overlay down. We got 23 players in for this next game. I'll join as well to make it 24. I'm in with the Scuba Woofy to give us 24 players. If you're not in yet and you want to get in, you should type !play in chat and then press enter to get in. So for the top 10 finishers, you'll earn leaderboard points in that monthly competition for Twitchy Tides. Hoping to get at least a top 150 finish, if not top 75 or top 25. Cool exclusive fish that we give it away. And who knows what the future holds. New Year's not that far away. Along with those top 10 finishers for the winner, prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, my artwork on wax. Plus, you'll be entered into that drawing we're going to have. Those Faded Monsuda Pack giveaways. You won't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned your spot here by winning on Twitchy Tides Freeform. That's coming up Christmas Eve. We'll have it here live. Twitchy Tides and Tides Tuesday. I'm not sure about the following week with New Year's Eve. To be determined on that. All right, so 24 players in. Got Pennybags Jr., Four Slayer, Ajib, Notorious Ninja, Ages 2017, Nadu 6, Chucky, Terran Lore, Flower, Autumn's Toys, Liquid Chill, Hussein Muhammad, Gabix, Billy XBT, Zach Bonifer, Ivanov 007, Random King, Gary the 7th, JR since 82, hello, Fawny T, me, NashvilleLou, Ashik Shan, Rising Dragons, Civilix, roll call. I like that, Zach. Nice. Well, we had the roll call. We got the list of participants. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second place. Game number 18 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. It's a depth charge right in the middle. It gets taken out. Got neutralized somehow. Managed to explode, not take out anybody. Oh, sorry about that, Pennybags Jr. Yeah, I've got the kick. I've got pretty much as tight as it'll let me be as far as the chat there. But thank you for following me there. Greatly appreciated. We're down to 22. Make that 20. Fawny T and Four Slayer out. Now Notorious Ninja and Ages 2017. Big Worm with the Hook. Down to 20. Ivanov and Billy XBT are out. Down to 18. But there are people that watch me on Kick, even for something like Twitchy Tides. Pink Felicia exits stage left. Ashik Shan and Pennybags Jr. are out. Down to 16. Make that 14. Big Worm with a Hook takes out Rising Dragons and Chucky. Players looking to get a top 10 finish, looking for leaderboard points. And it's Pink Felicia taking out Liquid Chill and Zach Bonifer. Half the field is out. We're down to a dozen. And it's Debo up top. Debo taking out Gary the 7th and Gabix. We're down to 10. So for the remaining players, looking at leaderboard points. But who's going to be the winner? Pink Felicia taking the low road. My Scuba Woofy get out of there at a sharp enough angle. I don't know. Terran Lore's out. I'm out. We're down to 8. Depth charge, and there goes Civilix. We're down to 7. And it's Debo the Shark chomping away, taking out Flower and JR since 82. We're down to 5. Depth charge. There goes Nadu 6. The final 4. Ajib, Hussein, Random King, Autumn's Toys, final 4. And that cannonball was bearing down Hussein, but I think it was that super spin from Autumn's Toys that actually might have helped out Hussein there. Depth charge. And there goes Random King. Going to get a Jeep as well on the way out, so we're down to the final 2. Hussein Muhammad. Autumn's Toys doing the spin in the corner. Pink Felicia takes out Hussein. That's going to do it. Congratulations, Autumn's Toys. Victorious for the first time in this broadcast here in game number 18. So my notes are up to speed. Top 10 finishers for Taryn Lore on up. Leaderboard points all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Autumn's Toys. Congratulations. Now we're back open. Game number 19 of the broadcast. Exclamation point play gets you in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. More than 4 hours in, and as usual, having a blast here with Twitchy Tides Freeform. So we've got 22 players in this next game. I'm not sure what happened to you there, Gary the 7th. Did the bouncer ask you for confirmation or something? Sometimes that'll happen. It's happened to me on other streams where I've just not seen the request for confirmation that I'm really there. Then you try to get in, then either won't tell you, or there it does, like it said like it told you, but 30.20313 seconds. I mean, that's about as precise as it gets. We'll wait another 30 seconds for you. We'll make sure there's a chance for you to get in here, Gary. So I hate for somebody to want to get in and not be able to when they're really here. So let's go ahead now. I'll pull the overlay down. Hey, no problem, Gary. Thank you for taking the time to watch and to play. Thanks to everybody. Thrilled to have all y'all with me here with this broadcast at Twitchy Time. It's Freeform. Overlay down. I'll type !play. I'll use the Vape Ape from Las Vegas Ape. All right, so now, Gary, try that exclamation OK. All right, good. Finally let you in. They were stiff about it, weren't they? Isn't that the way it goes sometimes? But again, they're trying to make sure that we have actual real people here ready to go. And ultimately, it's a positive. All right, so 23 players. You're looking for a top 10 finish here because that's going to mean points, specifically leaderboard points, in that monthly competition. It's fierce. It's not going to let up either for 2025. More people playing. Same number of spots. This is going to be real interesting, won't it? In a good way. I hope it's in a good way. It should be. There's so many positives about Twitchy Tides. It has been such a wonderful thing to have here this year. All right, so our participants, we got Liquid Chill, Flower, Autumn's Toys, Hussein Muhammad, Notorious Ninja, Zach Bonifer, Chucky, Viper Czar, Ashik Chan, Parrots, Billy XBT, Random King, Boar Slayer, Bonnie T, Buzz King, Ajib, Taryn Lore, Aegis 2017, Pennybags Jr., Nadu 6, Gary the 7th, Civilix, and Loire. Hello. Got 23 players in. Almost got out of order with what I was doing. Nearly didn't get my own game. Or am I in there and I'm just overlooking it? We're more than 4 hours in, so either is possible. So let's say, excellent. Do I need to... Let's see. Oh, I'm going to do the exclamation all right. What a twist. Like I told you, sometimes I'm missing my own. There we go. All right, I'm in with the Vape Ape. I made it in time. Verified and entered successfully. That's what I want to hear. All right, 24 players. Remember, top 10 finish means leaderboard points. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second. Game number 19 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. It's kind of maniacal laughter that starts to set in after a while. And yeah, I love this game. I love streaming it. It's fun. Boar Slayer and Nadu 6 are out from that depth charge. Another depth charge, Viper Czar and Taryn Lore are out. And just like that, we're down to 20. Let me play this banana while I can. There we go. Hey, free banana. Wasn't able to help Zach Bonifer there. Got hit with Big Worm of the hook. Down to 19. It's Pink Felicia taking out Civilix and Chucky. We're down to 17. Now it's Debo the Shark going right to left. Jeeb's out along with Liquid Chill. We're down to 15. Debo. It's Debo the Shark, chomping away. Took out Autumn's toys and got sent back in the other direction. Aegis 2017 with that flow, that new Series 4 rare fish. Up top now, depth charge. Parrots out. Down to 13. Players looking for a top 10 finish. Remember, trying to get those leaderboard points that you get for a top 10 finish. Cannonball. Cannonball tearing through. Gary the 7th, Flower, and Loire all eliminated. So the remaining 10 players, including me, we're getting leaderboard points out of this. But who's going to be the winner? Cannonball, Random King, Ashik Shan, and Hussein Muhammad all taken out by that Cannonball. We're down to 7. Depth charge. There goes my Vape Ape. We're down to 6. Depth charge up in that upper left corner. Pennybags and Aegis both make it past. This is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. That depth charge has been up there an awfully long time. Now Buzz King using that shell shock command. The depth charge ends up disappearing. Finally ran out of time. Still the right move there, just in case, but that Cannonball cut through. Took out Billy XBT, Pennybags Jr., and Buzz King, so we're down to 3. Bonnie T, Notorious Ninja, Aegis 2017, the final 3. It's Debo. Debo taking out Notorious and Aegis. So congratulations, Fonnie T gets the victory. First win of the broadcast here in game number 19. Top 10 finishers, Random King on up. That means leaderboard points for that top 10 finish. All the way up to number 1, and your winner, Fonnie T. Game number 20 of the broadcast is now open. Well, more than 4 hours in, and as usual, having a blast. Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live, and Freeform. So it's !play. Type that in chat to get in for our next Twitchy Tides game. It's Freeform, episode 11. NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. We got 22 players in for this next game. If you want in, I need to do so right now, right away, by typing !play in chat. Pull the overlay down, I'll type in !play. I'll use that Scuba Woofy again, so I'll use the 5 spot. Alright, so top 10 finishers, you'll be earning leaderboard points for that monthly competition in Twitchy Tides. For the winner, the prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. It's my artwork on wax. Plus, an entry to that drawing we're going to have Christmas Eve, Tides Tuesday. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned your spot by winning here on Freeform. That's the only way to get in for those drawings we're going to have for those Faded Monsuda packs. It's coming up. We're going to open the show on Tides Tuesday with that. Christmas Eve edition. Should be fun. We've got 23 players in. Let's go through that list of participants. We've got Autumn's Toys, Four Slayer, Taryn Lore, Hussein Muhammad, Random King, Billy XBT, Gary the 7th, Ivanov 007, Flower, Master Halo, Liquid Chill, Ajib, Chucky, Notorious Ninja, Parrot, Zach Bonifer, TheBoardJS, hello, Fonny T, Rising Dragons, Ages 2017, me, NashvilleLou, Pennybags Jr., Nadu6. That's 23 players. We're looking for a top 10 finish for leaderboard points. If I happen to win with my Scuba Woofy, then the prize goes to second place. All right, so 23 players in for game number 20. Begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. It is a cannonball. That cannonball takes out Master Halo, Chucky, TheBoardJS. And early on, we're down to 20. Now it's Big Worm with a hook. Zach Bonifer's out along with Rising Dragons. Down to 18. Chomping away. It's Debo the Shark. Taking out Liquid Chill and Taryn Lore. Down to 16. Cannonball going down the middle. Taking out Notorious Ninja, Autumn's Toys, and Ivanov 007. Down to 13. And it's Debo the Shark. Going left to right down the middle. Hussein's out. Fonny T also eliminated. We're down to 11. More than half the field is out. Close to that cut line for a top 10 finish. Who's going to be the winner? Big Worm with a hook. Four Slayer is out, as is Flower, who at least gets a top 10 finish. The same is true for the remaining players. Down to 9. Looking at leaderboard points, Cannonball takes out Aegis 2017, takes out my Scuba Woofy. We're down to 7. Big Worm with that hook, Parrot's out. Down to 6. Big Worm. See that hook right there. Jeep gets hooked right there. Down to 5. Depth Charge takes out Nadu 6. And Billy XBT. We're down to 3. Gary the 7th. Pennybags Jr., Random King, the final 3. Big Worm with a hook. It's going to get Gary. It's going to get Random King. That's going to do it. Pennybags Jr., victorious in game number 20. That's the third win of the broadcast for Pennybags Jr. Pennybags Jr. won in game number 1, the first one of the broadcast. Also game 15, and then here in game number 20. It's Pennybags Jr. with a victory. Along with that, of course, the top 10 finishers for Flower on up earned leaderboard points, that monthly competition. It's Pennybags Jr. with a win. Here on NashvilleLou Live, back open out game number 21 of the broadcast. Exclamation mark play in chat gets you in for our next game of Twitchy Tides. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform. Episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 11. We got 22 players ready. Let's take this overlay down. Want to get in and you're not in yet, you need to do so right now, right away, with exclamation mark play. Use the Vape Ape from Las Vegas Ape. That'll give us 23. Make that 24. So for participants, you're looking for a top 10 finish here. You won't, if you get knocked out early, you're not going to lose points. It doesn't work like that. But if you finish top 10, you'll earn leaderboard points. Very important, a monthly competition. Players trying for a top 150 or a top 75 or even a top 25 finish. It's just become more and more fierce, more and more challenging to finish in those higher spots. And its word continues to spread about this wonderful game. It's not going to get any easier. So get it while you can. So in addition to that, for the winner of this next game, the winner will receive a Forsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. In addition, an entry into that drawing we're going to have on Christmas Eve, Tides Tuesday. We're giving away Faded Monsuda packs. The only way to get in for that drawing is to win here on Freeform. Alright, so for the participants here, we got Random King, DeBoer.js, Ajib, Aegis 2017, Four Slayer, Autumn's Toys, Liquid Chill, Chucky, Plantality, Notorious Ninja, Rising Dragons, Pennybags Jr., Lore, Parrots, Billy XBT, Hussein Muhammad, Gary the 7th, Buzz King, SDME123, Zach Bonifer, RCPADG, me, NashvilleLou with the Vape Ape, Unmada, and Jungle Banana. 24 players. If I happen to win, that top prize goes to the second place finisher. Game number 21 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live. And it's Debo the Shark. Apparently Debo scheduled to appear. Got to run off before showing up, at least initially. So for right now, everybody's still in the mix. So I'm going to play a banana here with my Vape Ape. Special command. There we go. Hey, free banana. Down with a coral. Big Wormer the Hook takes out Four Slayer and Notorious Ninja. Down to 22. Another hook from Big Worm. Pardon me. RCPADG and Random King are out. Down to 20. Big Worm of the Hook takes out DeBoer.js and Parrot. Down to 18. Very narrow passage there for my Vape Ape. Lucky there, had that capped at 2 kills per appearance. Another hook from Big Worm. This one takes out Chucky and Buzz King. We're down to 16. Another hook. Pennybags Jr. and a Jeep are both out. We're down to 14. Depth charge by that Twitchy Tide sign on the left takes out Autumn's Toys and Unmada and my voice. Half the field is... Whoa, I need to yell here. Easy does it, pal. Meanwhile, Cannonball takes out Gary the 7th, SDB123, Liquid Chill, down to 9. So remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish. Big Worm of the Hook takes out my Vape Ape along with Billy XBT. So we're down to 7. Cannonball up top. That eliminates Aegis 2017. Down to 6. Cannonball, War, Plantality, and Hussein are all out. We're down to 3. Jungle Banano, Zach Bonifer, Rising Dragons. The final 3. It's Pink Felicia going right to left. It looks like Felicia's going to miss everyone. Zach Bonifer, Rising Dragons, Jungle Banano, the last 3. Big worm with a hook on that left side. Just upper left of my logo. It's going to get Jungle Banano and Rising Dragons, and that's going to do it. Congratulations, Zach Bonifer. Gets the victory. Zach's first of the broadcast. Here in game number 21. Congratulations, Zach Bonifer, with that Scuba Woofie. So for the top 10 finishers, Liquid Chill on up. Leaderboard points, that monthly competition. And your winner, Zach Bonifer. Open now for game number 22 of the broadcast. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get in for our next Twitchy Tides game here on Freeform. Episode 11, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. back on headset with you here. NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform. Episode 11. We've got 21 players lined up for this next game. Take the overlay down. I'll join as well with exclamation point play in chat. If you're not in yet and you want to get in, you need to do so right now, right away. So you're looking for a top 10 finish here. That'll give you leaderboard points for that monthly competition. For the winner of the prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Plus, an entry into that drawing we're going to have Christmas Eve, Tides Tuesday. We'll be giving away more of those Faded Monsuda packs. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned your spot, because the only way to get into that drawing is to win here on Freeform. Let's go through the list of participants. We've got Chucky, Fonny T, Four Slayer, Jungle Banano, Ajib, Liquid Chill, Hussein Muhammad, Ages 2017, Pennybags Jr., Notorious Ninja, Autumn's Toys, Gary the 7th, Billy XBT, SDME 123, Jeff 0079, Loire, Parrots, Rising Dragons, Jin Terry, hello, Zach Bonifer, Anada, me, NashvilleLou, and DeBoer.js, so 23 players. Top 10 finish, you'll get leaderboard points. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to the second place finisher. Random King is in to give us 24 players. All right. So game number 22 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. More than 5 hours in. NashvilleLou Live, Twitchy Tides, and a cannonball up top. It's going to take out Billy XBT, Jungle Banano, and Unmata. Early on, we're down to 21. Depth charge. Ajib and Notorious Ninja are out. Down to 19. DeBoer.js and Four Slayer are out. Saw a big worm with a hook there on that left side. We're down to 17. Cannonball. Cannonball ripping through, taking out Liquid Chill, Parrot, and Chucky. Down to 14. About to try out the 9 lives command. Too late. Autumn's Toys and I collided with that depth charge. Half the field is out. We're down to a dozen. And it's Debo. Debo the Shark. Chomping away, taking out Zach Bonifer and SDME 123. We're down to 10. So for the remaining players, you'll have leaderboard points you'll have earned from this game. And who's going to be the winner? Pink Felicia. Eliminates Loire and Gary the 7th. We're down to 8. Pink Felicia up top takes out Aegis, takes out Hussein. Down to 6. This is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. And it's Big Worm with a Hook takes out Jin Terry along with Rising Dragons. Down to 4. Jeff 0079, Fonny T, Pennybags Jr., and Random King. As Pink Felicia going down Broadway left to right. Taking out Fonny T and Jeff 0079. It's down to the final 2. Random King and Pennybags Jr. Pink Felicia looks like it's going to pass over both players. Incorrect. Pennybags Jr. Tough time to unfreeze. Colliding with Pink Felicia, and it's Random King getting the win here in game number 22. Random King won in game number 4. Now here in game number 2 is in 22. I'm reading it. Random King with a victory. and along with a victory for the top 10 finishers. So for Loire on up, leaderboard points for that monthly competition. And Twitchy Tides, and your winner, Random King. So at midnight Eastern here on NashvilleLou Live. 5 hours in. So I think this will be the last. This one right here will be where I'll call it quits as far as Twitchy Tides for tonight. For Monday, or tomorrow, later today, whatever that is to you. Should get one more game in with Freeform. Okay, one more broadcast in ahead of Tides Tuesday and the Christmas Eve drawing for those faded Monsuda packs. So I'll do a quick sig out, have a cut point for video on demand, where I'll turn this broadcast into a highlight later. That way it sticks around indefinitely. I think we'll go say hello to Rock Metal, see what she's got going on tonight. But first, the sig out. That's going to do it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time.